헬로 하이하이 안녕하세요. 건방와 수하です. 수하입니다. 다들 좋은 밤 보내고 있나요? 이夜過ごしてますでしょうか? どうですか? なんか出ましたね. 뭔가 나왔죠? 수하 채널에 무려 2년 만에 신곡. 네, 오버도스 조금 전 6시에 공개가 되었습니다. 많이 들어주세요. オーバードーズどうですか? 聞きましたか? 皆さん. 많이 들었나요? 어땠어? どうだった? 계속 들었다고? ずっと聞いた? It was incredible. Oh my god, thank you. 좋았어? 아니, 어때요? 저 노래 많이 늘었죠? 歌ちょっと上手になったよね. どうだった? 2시간 동안 들었다고? 와우. 바로 대령하겠습니다. 들어주셔서 감사합니다. 땡큐. 아리가또. 聞いてくれてありがとう. 아무튼 아휴, 오늘 이제 노래가 나왔으니 노래 얘기는 조만간 다시 하도록 할게요. 하고 싶은 얘기가 좀 있네. 일러스트라던가 노래에 얽힌 이야기들을 좀 하고 싶네요. 曲についての話とかイラストの話とかね、後ほどやるのでよろしくお願いします. 로타스상 아리가또. 감사합니다. 오늘은 이제 예정되었던 스탠리 파라블이라는 게임을 할 건데요. 잘 몰라요. 어떤 게임인지 모르는데 추천을 받아서 해봤고요. 퍼즐 게임인가 싶긴 해요. 今日はですね、この前予告したスタンリーパラブルっていうゲームですが、わかんないです。どんなゲームなのか。パズルゲームかなーって思ってるんだけど、おすすめしたので皆さんがね、やってみたいと思います。あ、しろかさんありがとう。新曲よかった。ありがとう。嬉しい。아니 잠깐만. 이블님도 너무너무 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
와, 아리가또.
Really 좋았어.
REALLY죠? 오렌지찬님 너무너무 감사합니다. 아유, 영어 공부 좀 하셔야겠어요. 잉글리시勉強 してほしいな, 민나. 리얼리입니다. 네. 저 의도한 겁니다. 아, 한나잉님 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아니 의도한 거예요. 사무네네? わざとしたんです. 間違ってない. わざとです. 이제 약간 일부러 이제 오타에서 강조하는 거 여러분 많이 쓰잖아요, 그쵸? 그 느낌 내는 거지. 대박 좋았어 이런 느낌의. 무치 알폰상 땡큐. 모아 땡큐. 스파차 주신 모든 분 감사합니다. 모아모아모아. 인나 아리가또. 아무튼 시작해보도록 할까요? やってみましょう. 어이. 난데 이거 공포 게임 아니죠? 호러 게임이잖아요, 그래. どう思う?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
오, 스탠리.
Stanley
어때요?
worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
4 to 7.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and
오.
this is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the
ただ
orders
ボタンを押すだけの
as
話
though he had been made
仕事
exactly
らし
for this
いいい
job.
ね
And Stanley was happy.
ちょっと待ってねボリュームちょっと大きいかもな
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
何か起こっ
He had
た
been
ら
at
し
his
い
desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor
仕
for
事が
him
な
to
くなったっ
follow.
て
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened.
みんななくなっ
This
た
complete
だ
isolation.
없어졌어?
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move
개꿀.
for the longest time. But as he came to his wits
치워도
and
왔다.
regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
ちょっと待ってちょっとじゃあ家に帰ればいいんじゃない？いいじゃん。 집에 가면 되는 거 아니야? 개꿀 아님? 그래家に帰ればいいんじゃない? みんなちょっと早いな. 집에 가면 되는 거 아니야? 너무 좋은데? 요크나이? 그래. 퇴근 가보자고. 뭐 해야 돼 근데? 많이 쓰레바이노. 오. 커피다. すいません。誰もいますでしょう？誰もいない
All
ん
of
で
his
すか？
coworkers were gone. What could it mean?
문
Stanley
닫혔어.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
誰もいない。
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his coworkers.
아니 뭔가 해설해 주네요. 아나운서가. 아나운서상 뭔가 解説. 뭐 서프라이즈 파티야? 나 오늘 생일이야? 탄저비 교 서프라이즈 파티. 민나. 스하ですよ.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
야, 무단히触っているらしい。そうなんだ。なんも 문 닫힌다. 움직이긴 하는구나. 뭔가 ないの? 꼽주네 진짜. 오케이, 알겠습니다. 이기마스. 나이스 픽처. 誰もいない。広いね。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아직 안 들어갔는데? まだ入ってないんだけど。なんで左側に入ったって言うの？右行っていいの？どうしようかな。静かになった。怖い。조용해졌어. 무서워. My choice? ふむ。右行ってみる？
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
응?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
이거 하나씩 가왔다. 편한다. 다이저브노 이때 회의실 가는 길이 아니라네요.
Yes, truly a room worth
오,
admiring.
나이스 룸.
It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
아무것도 없네. 한번 나이나. 아이 청소 좀 하지. 지저분하게. 기타나이스네.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished,
꼽주네.
here you sit looking at these chairs and some
뭔가
paintings.
아나운서상
Really worth it.
なんか기계 와르소.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
진짜로? ここ入らなきゃいけないの? やだな。Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. 嘘つくなって. 거짓말하지 말래요.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible it wasn't 5 years ago.
아하. 仕事下手すぎて. なるほどね. 오. 포탈 같다 뭔가. 포탈 시리즈도 이렇잖아요. 좀 진행하다 보면. 응? 뭐야 이거? 카드 슬래시? 카드 못 봤는데. 커피가 이렇게 있어. 이 회사는 커피가 얼마나 많은 거야? 거의ここ 이때 이노. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift. Penalty for jumping. 여기서 점프하면 500만 원의 $5,000 $5,000의 벌금이 있다는데? 오케이.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
오.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
화났어.
I don't
웃겼다,
know how to
웃겼다.
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
아나운서 미카타라시. へ. 나이스 패턴. 난 그냥 가고 싶은 대로 가는 건데. 맞아, 수하타다네. 이키타이 바쇼 이크 다케 데스. 이마. 수하 가고 싶은 대로 간다. 이네 그거.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
어허.
Stanley walked through the red door.
에? 이거 빨간 약 파란 약인가? 매트릭스? 흐무. 스하 is blue, right? スハはね、パーソナルカラーがちょうどこの色なんですよ。Okay.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
What? 잠깐만. 뭔가 잘못했을지도? なんか悪いかも? 悪いことしたかも? 강제 선택지라고?
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red door. 하지만 블루 도어가 있는 걸. 이건 뭐람? 무서워. 왜 고아이 그래? 하지만 가라고 하면 가기 싫은 게 수아인 걸. 개구리.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
오. 어?
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining
뭔가
the
있는데?
entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
화났어.
And in the end, it was all
웃겼다.
for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at the
어떡하지?
design and you can give me some feedback. There we
어떡하지?
go. A third option.
오.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
오. 뭐야? 잠깐 나 혹시 1회차에 오면 안 될 곳으로 온 건가? 에? もしかして私ね大会のゲームで行っちゃいけないところ行っちゃったストーリースキップ해버렸나? 그런가? 아니 나 메인 스토리를 모르는데 아 이거 내 양말색이잖아 그래 私の靴下の色아이 삭스 컬러 오
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical
이게
feedback
뭐야?
here.
わかんない에? 나 이 게임을 지금 처음 한다고 시작한 지 지금 10분밖에 안 됐는데? 今10分しか過ぎてないんだけどいやまだ何もわかんないリビューできないんですよ고득 좀 주면 되나? 수환이 2번 수환이
Oh, well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you excruciating pain. Big steps we've made here today, Stanley. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
私のために新しい何かを用意したらしい월드와이드 리더보드 이런 게 있구나 어디로 가야 되지?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
뭐가 좋은 거야? 리셋인가?
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
에?
In this
Oh,
game,
깜짝이야.
the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation
이게 뭐야?
and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
뭔 게임이야?
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course,
아니,
the
그래.
message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
수아는 시킨
I'm not
대로
even
하지
gonna
않지.
try. I'm out.
싸워하네.
I'm done. It's over. Thank you
야라나인
for
데스.
playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like
오빠도
it'll work.
스키미
Let's give it a
토스
shot.
다리지. 야, 오컸다 아나운서상. 고멘네? 찬또 야르요. 에?
Aha! Fascinating.
Where am
What do
I?
you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
뭐야 이게?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man
김시탑.
spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
뭔 소리를 하는
that must
거니
be.
아나운서야.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
밖에 나갈 수 있나? 오! 와! 나이스 네이처. 계단이 있나? 카이단 하르노. 아, 공기 좋다. 아, 좋겠다. 네, 약간 산 가고 싶어 요새.最近 なんか山行きたい気分です. 오빠 토즈 김미 토즈 스타리즈.
No, it can't be.
왜?何があった? いいじゃん. Touching grass.
It
나는
is.
자연으로
It's an
간다.
open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
오. What the hell?
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
하고 싶어.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another
에?
game.
다음에 나눠.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
우타에 타스기를.
I think this will be just the thing.
뭐야 이거? 에?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had
축구?
in mind.
에?
Just a
사카?
nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost.
로켓리그잖아.
Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
응? 이거 로켓리그잖아. 나 이거 뭔지 알아. 에코노게 마카르요.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game
나갈 수 있나?
sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
오! 공 나왔어. 나는 자동차가 아니라 사람인데? 에? 私って車? 야, 하얗게 났다, 저또. 오, 빨라졌어. 원래 공이 이렇게 컸나? 에? 오, 무서워, 뭔가. 오. 예.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
그치.
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
오! 공 하나 더 왔어.
Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
오! 오. 이 친구는 혹시 규칙이란 걸 알고 있는 건가? 이거 뭐 기분 좋긴 한데 기분이.
Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time because guess what? It's over. Hold on. What are you doing?
응?
Stanley, don't do
들어왔다.
that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How would you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
조용해졌어. 시스카이 났다. 아니 나 게임 시작한 지 30분도 안... 에? 20분 쓰겠다노니.どういうこと? 아니 이게 청개구리의 말로인가? 이거 우물 아닌가요? 바로 그냥 정저지화 해버리네. 아니 어떡하지? 아니 그래. 크라스기르. 어두운데? 아! 내려간다. 5층이다. 5 floor. 400 몇씩이었는데 500 몇으로 왔어. 낡았네요.古いね, 그거. 보통 이런 거 왼쪽 타고 가면 됩니다. 고아이 좀 호러 게임이다. 공포 게임 같다 뭔가. 뭐 이상한 거 나오는 거 아니겠지? 어? 빛이 있어요. 열 수 있는 게 없네. 헉! 내 방이잖아. 어? 400번대로 왔네? 마이 하우스. 마이 룸. 잉? 이게 뭐지? 427번 내 방인데? 뭘 할 수 있나요? 여기서 타닥타닥타닥타닥타닥 타닥타닥타닥. 그러니까 스고이 하카상이 나타 키였으르. 에?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
아나운서 누구일까?
Once this ends,
誰なの?
after it all
このアナウン
comes to
サー
a
さん.
close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
고아예요. 아나운서 약간 집착하고 주인공한테 막 좀 광적으로 집착하는 느낌이 있는데? 어? 돌아왔어. 문 왔다. I'm back. 리셋인가? 여기 몇 번째 지구죠? 남반메노 지켜나노 그거. 戻った.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace
Who
of his
farted?
co-workers.
누가 방귀 꼈어 이런 게 써있네. I hate Monday. Me too. 이런 게 써있었나? 에? 이런 거 써있었나 원래? 에? もともとあった? この文字たち 없지 않았나요? 뭔가 바뀐 거 같은데? 아닌가? 열리는 문이 없네.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
처음대로 가볼까? どうしますかみんな? 나 엔딩 본 건가 설마? 따라가 보죠 뭐. やってみましょう. 元の物語が気になる. Yay!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
이런 걸 손으로 쓰네. 그거 どういう会社? How to solve a dispute with a... 엥? Using slide to assure employees that everything is okay. 아, everyone is unique. You most of all. 우린 모두 유니크합니다. 막 알아서 돌아가네. Numbers of slide on this slide. 진짜 의미 없다. 何も意味もない. 오, 클로젯.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
싫은데? 뭔가 있을 것 같은데? 한번 하긴 넣고.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
안락하구만. 코코치나 그거.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least
뭔가 좀 부서지고 있지 않나요?
He'd be justified in some way.
그러니까
As it
코알을
is,
때려.
he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
편안.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
다시.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
참을 수가 없어 난.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this
번역 좀 봐. 번역해봐. 아닥이래.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid.
Fat and
He
ugly?
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug
수아,
money.
fat and
Also,
ugly야?
Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
욕하고 있어.悪いことしてる.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
아,
You got to this
Am
broom
I
closet,
dead?
explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical
이게
malady
뭔
of some
뜻이야?
sort
스플릿
shut down
5.2,
your central
스플릿
nervous
9.5.
system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to
Maybe I'm
decompose.
ghost.
Hello? Anyone who
私
happens to be
幽霊かな?
nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term
많이
sustainability
화났는데?
of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct
옥구대를
another human to take their place,
매차크차
making
옥구대를
sure they
보이지.
understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in
키리나를.
video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is
아이러니하고
not lost on
통찰력
them.
있는 해설.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
수아 여기 있어. 私ここにいるよ. 네? なんもないの? 더 없나? 왜なんもないの? 왔다. マジで終わった? 낚시 같은데. 気になるんだけど. 갔냐? 갔나? 갔나? どう思う? He's gone? 갔나? いたの? 待ってみるかな. 자, ちょっとトイレ行ってきます. 화장실 갔다 올게요. 에? 아무것도 안 나왔지? 한번 낚았다요 나. 아무것도 없었지? 오케이, let's go. Under the sea.
Second player, it's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't be any worse
second
than the person
player.
you played before.
I'm back. Okay, let's go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
어? 뭐 있는 거야 여기? 뭔가 알아노? 이 보아이. 어? 어.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
에?
And then something occurred to Stanley.
돌아왔어.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, Why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors
아시가
close
ない.
automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His
夢かな?
co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go
길구만.
back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this
또
while I'm still
못했구나.
lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he'd still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
그러네.
Now the voice
아나운서는
was
누구야?
describing
Who are
itself
you?
being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt,
이거 나
that this
국어
was in
시간에
fact a
배운 것
dream.
같아.
Did the voice not see him float and make the magical
몽중몽.
stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
아우 우사이나.
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife, my
와이프.
job.
아 아내가
All I
있어?
want is my life exactly
와이프가
the way
이러노?
it's always been.
뭔가 배신감 느껴나.
I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
잉. 그대로인데요. 원하시다께도.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real.
너무 시끄러워.
I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
Who am I?
Everything went black.
수하. 제 이름은 수하입니다. I'm 수하.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
마리엘라? 에?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
스탠리
And
죽었어?
in that moment, she thought to herself how
스탠리
lucky she
신다.
was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
에?
Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very
Suha is crazy.
people
No!
whose impressions of
I'm-
her would affect her career and by
I'm
extension
genius.
the rest of her life. She had no time for this.
수아가
So
텐사이
it was
나오는데.
only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
뭐야 이게? 응? 묻었다. 아, another ending? もしかして 다른 엔딩 아니야? 아하. I'm really genius. REALLY. 수아는 천재입니다.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the
흠.
pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial
안 나갈
outcome
거야.
fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt
흠.
me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the
아무리 그렇게
ability
말해도
to
안
tell.
나가. 이카나이.
One thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
어우,
Eventually,
시끄러.
someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
이? 진짜 왔네? 아. 아. 엔딩이야? 그렇구나. 리셋 당했어. どうしよう. 일단 갈까? 엔딩 되게 많네요. 別のエンドなのこれ.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
일단은 쭉 따라가 볼게요 이번에는. 今回はいい子にします.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
수아 is good
Yet
boy.
there was not a single person here either.
수아는
Feeling
착한
a
아이.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
보스 오피스. 와우. 오시아레? 누가 봐도 사장님 있을 것 같은데. 베스룸. To be rich is it a crime? To commit crimes isn't it rich? What a life is it would be to have to pick just one. 부자가 되려면 범죄를 저질러라. 아. 정말 멋진 말이에요. 아, 화장실에 창문이 달려있네? 이거 맞아? なんかトイレに窓あるの大丈夫? なんか静かですね. 오. 에? 팬더한테 What? 비즈니스 스트래터지. 에? 가와이소니. Poor 판다. 불쌍한 판다. 야, 어디로 가는 거야 이건? 아나운서가 안 나와요.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was
다른
once
분 있나
again
있네.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
게임에서 피아노가
Stanley
나오면
wondered
칠
in
수밖에 없는
disbelief
병.
who orchestrated this? What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer
What the hell?
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
이게 뭐람?何これ? 시크릿 룸, 시크릿 보스 룸이네요. 응? 이거 점프해도 되는 건가? 이때 이노 그래. 어두워. 아무것도 안 보여. 너무 나이. 헤이. 오! 오. 바닥에 비어있는 게 아니었구나. 오치를 또 못다.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now?
지유
It had
간짓다라시.
never occurred to him. This question would not go
자유를
unanswered for
느꼈대요.
long.
오. 오! 올라갈까?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
재밌다. 돌아가면 무슨 일이 있을까?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
감탄하고 있네.
It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising
찬양하고
narrative.
있어.
Wow.
수아를.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
비끄리시다라시. 근데 길이 없네요. 위치가 나이나. 돌아갈까? 착하니 이코 착한
Now
수아.
he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
고민하랬다.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
한 번 더? 뭐일까? 아나운서 그만 놀릴까? 아나운서상 가와이소 나요 나.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
긴장된다. 도착했어.
Oh
빰빰.
my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
오? 이런 게 있네?
Okay,
그래.
I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
오케이. 커피 브레이크. 나이스 뮤직. 딴따다단딴딴따단.
I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
마스터 스탠리. 호호. 끝난 건가? 다시 갈까? 렛츠고.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I have no frame of reference to even anticipate.
칭찬을 극찬해주고 있네. 기분 좋아. 호메랄 때 기분이 나.
In a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
I'm happy. I'm master. I can control this announcer. 난 이 아나운서를 컨트롤할 수 있다. 어떻게 할까나. 던질까 말까, 던질까 말까, 던질까 말까, 던질까 말까. 토끼토끼. 조용한데?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation stand.
멈췄어.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
오.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
오.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays
커피 좀
the
가져올게요.
only thing that audiences want
코히 못
is to be
데키마스.
shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the
아직도 뭐 말하고
eventual
있네.
reveal?
아니
This
땐노
is
거기서.
storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique.
커피 맛있네요.
It's
이거
not like anything else out
편의점에서
there. You see, I want stories that
토피넛
surprise me,
시그니처 라떼?
Stanley. I
이디야
want
거?
to have to think.
요즘
I
마시고
want to be
있는데 좋아요.
engaged and not pandered to.
最近너무
We're
코히
being
가네.
fed such
あの
unimaginative drivel all the
그러니까
time, and we
아몬드
all
할
know
てい
it,
る
which is why we're so
コーヒーなんだけど
starved
これ
for
好き。
content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much,
빨라졌다.
Stanley.
발끈하다.
Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to
약간
spring this
고소한
on you,
맛이
but, well, I've
그러니까
gathered a
라떼니까
little
우유랑
presence
섞여서 그
so that you
코코넛
could talk about your
밀크의
work and your
아몬드 밀크의 그
storytelling and your
고소함과
life. Yes, I
커피의
know you're
고소함이
not much
서로
for
이렇게
the public eye,
시너지를
but I thought
일으키는 게
it would
괜찮네요.
especially mean a lot to the people
なんかね
who've been following you from the beginning.
라떼
They
때
really look up to
牛乳と
you,
コーヒーじゃん。
Stanley. I
で
don't
アモン
know
ド
if
ミ
you
ルク
realize the impact
飲んだ
you
こと
have
ある
on them.
ちょっとなん
This
か
is the kind
なん
of
かアモン
gesture
ド
that
の
might leave a
ナッツの
tremendous
味
impact
と
on them
コー
for
ヒ
the
ーもま
better.
たナッツの気があっ
Oh,
て
good.
ここどこ여기 어디임? 응?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner
라이브 온
here
스탠
somewhere.
에? 스탠리 라이브 온 스테이지? 에? 그래 하이신 방송이었나요? 뭐야 이거? 에? 월드 헬시스트 휴먼 빙 All tricks revealed. How we did it. The pyramids. Leave the guy who went to Mars. 화성을 갔구나 결국. 나이스 화성. 월드 피스 베이비.
Ah, yes. Here it is. Just through this door.
스테이지 도어. 여기야? 더 스토리텔러. 응? 투 스테이지.
All right. Are you ready? I've
Welcome,
told them you're
Stanley.
going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable
아몬드,
narrative.
체어,
Don't worry. You'll do
not
great.
bar.
Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm
내가 지금
really proud of you, Stanley.
토피넛 라떼를 먹고 있던
It looks
사실이
like they're
들켰나?
ready for you. Go get 'em.
아몬드 말했다. 길이 있는데? 4 to 7. 헉! 이거 영화에서 많이 본 그거네. A가 됩니다. 아래다. 분장실 그거. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your coworkers. 헉! 그리고 또 맵북 그때 기모치 어려이나. Up again, down again. 엘리베이터 얘기 아니야 이거? みんな私のこと待ってる. 모두가 날 기다리고 있어. 내가 갑니다. Woo! Hello, guys. Yeah, 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 yeah. Welcome to my 팬 미팅. 소리 질러. 우! 엥? 하? Where am I? 응? 여기 어딘가요?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
뭐
Stanley
바뀌었는데?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending. 도그 모드.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
강아지가
Nor did it
짖고
advance
있어요.
the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
오.
he entered the door on his left.
아, 이거 제가 마우스 클릭하면 나요. 이막 클릭したら 그대로요, 이 누구에. Am I dog?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
대한민국.
This room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance
오.
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on
뭐야?
track.
길이 진짜 많다. 미치가 매착 자르네. 빛나르나 그래. 이누노 코에 이나.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander
안
about
무서워졌어.
and get even
화끈하이.
further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go from here it's left.
당황했구만.
No,
아,
it's to the right. My mistake.
하? 어이.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right?
뭔데?
What was I thinking?
제대로 하라고.
It's clearly. Now let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay. Yes, I've got it now. This
Oh.
story is absolutely, definitely this way.
아, 그렇구나. 땡큐. 이 세계 전생 트럭? 이세카이 트럭? No? 오케이. 오징어 게임이다.
No.
Skid game?
This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close
아,
your eyes.
스포일러야?
Okay.
Ah,
Just
okay.
get back to who
Fired.
am I kidding?
Fired.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the
세상의
beginning.
중심에서
And this time,
개소리를
suppose we
외치다.
don't wander so far off track. Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone.
개소리 너무 좋아.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
아까 뛰어내렸어야 됐나? 근데 뛰어내릴 데가 없었는데.
When Stanley...
Oh?
Wait, what?
What?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
몰라.
Did you move the story
바꿨나
somewhere?
해.
Oh,
너 도와.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
어드벤처.
Come, Stanley. Let's find out the story.
다 열렸네? 윙? 어드벤처? 예. 오. 어디로 가야 되지?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
한 바퀴 계속
Okay, let's
돈다.
give it a shot. Why not?
잉? 리셋됐어. Oh no.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
잉. I want adventure.
Okay,
에?
it's worse.
No, no.
I'm remembering this wrong.
아무것도
It's possible
없어.
the story is
너무
back
나요.
where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
오케이. 진짜 아무것도 없네. 아무것도 없어.なんもない. 그러니까 아리마스でしょうか? 열리는 문이 없네.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
잉?
The story. Here it comes.
스토리? 헉! 뭐야? 아니 그래.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
응? 문이 닫히고 있어. 어? Where am I? 여기 뭐야? 좋아요.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I
여기가
don't recognize
재질이
this
좀
place at all.
이상한데?
Is this the story? I don't think so.
무서울 때는
I
개소리를
can't
내봐.
recall, but I believe
또
my
코하게도.
story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
어!
Congratulations!
예!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh no, no, I don't feel right about this at all.
나
We
이겼는데?
both know you didn't put in any actual work for that. win.
노력했다고.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
예? 야다. 잉. 오.
All right, I've got a solution. This time to make sure we
The
don't get
Stanley
lost,
Parable
I've
Adventure
employed the
Line.
help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
진짜로? 이코니 스루 도스루 민나. 어떡하지? 착한 아이가 될까요? 아니면 개구리가 될까요? 도시마쇼. 어? 어? 여기 뭐야? 어떡하지? 어떡하지? 가볼까? 이 길이 아닌 것 같지?
No, no, I'm done. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
오케이. 뉴 로드. 오케이, 렛츠고. 열리는 게 없네. 어? 방금 뭐 있었지? 뭔가 지나갔어.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's
Story?
over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though,
No.
here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply
Huh?
by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
나이스 뮤직. 조금만 시끄러우니까 조금만 줄일게. 나이스 뮤직. 오케이. 딴딴 BGM의 중요성이 이렇게 드러나네요. 여긴 어디야? 오, 돌아오네. 어허. 빰빠라밤빠밤빰빰. 이제 안 무서워졌어. 점프. 응? 나이스 아트. 넘버 6. 오. 오, 무슨 호그와트. 뭐지? 이 무빙 뭐지? 무림 고수인가? 아무래도 길이 아닌데. 길 있네. Annual reviews. Monthly lectures. 오. 이게 다 뭐야? 응? 길이 복잡하네. 뭐야? 잉? 이상한 공간이에요. 따라가면 되나?
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
이게 중요하대. 그 집 부렁 같은데. これ大事らしい。嘘っぽいんだけど。まあ、11時半 OK。11時半合ってる？お！
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
응? 어디로 가야 돼? 응? 여기 들어갔으니 여기 나왔어. 응? 오케이. 렛츠고. 오 뭐야 깜짝이야.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart. 잉. 돌아왔어요. 돌이마시다.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in... Well,
아, 얘가 하고 싶은 게 뭔지 모르겠어.何がしたいの,君?
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just
Exciting.
me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
얼굴 보고 싶다. 아나운서. 아나운서상의 顔が見たいな.
Oh no, not you again. Stanley,
Oh,
I'd also like to veto the
nice
line from
adventure
having
line.
any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
지금 약간 좀 좋아하는 애한테 친한 이성 친구가 생긴 것 같은 느낌의 집착이었는데, 쟤 나쁜 애야. 제 말 믿지 마. 이런 느낌? 혼나 가 있다. 오.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads
何
here.
をすればいいの
And
か
that
な
in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all
なんか
accounts,
させ
the
たいの
door
か
on the
な
right is the
私に
correct one. Another victory
物語
for
を
logic.
作りたいって言うん
Come,
だけど
Stanley. Our
どんな物語
destiny
物語か
awaits.
自分でわかんないようなうんお何これ
Hold up, what's this?
カオスエンディング
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
え
And we're supposed to restart the game what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
ああスケジュールがありますね
I don't want it to be. I don't
개똥
want the game
철학.
to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be
ナレーター
trapped
さ
like
ん
this.
が
I won't
忘
restart
れ
the
るんだっ
game. I
て
won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the
え
timer stopped? Does that mean did we do it?
お
Did we break the
止まる
cycle?
止まった
The whatever it is that made this schedule?
スタンリー
How
様
would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the
お
meantime,
互い死にたくないびっくりしたあへえ
all of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
컴퓨터 켜져 있었나요 아까? 뭔가 변했나? 뭔가 変わった? 아, 뭐犬の声がない 강아지 소리가 없어졌어. Awaiting input. 오. Input received. 오. 오. 나로도네? 컴퓨터가 꺼지네. 오.ほらパソコン落ちるねミステリー
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
진짜로? マジで?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
오케이. 뭔가 똑같은데? 아까 同じだけど
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
뭔가
What
처음
could
본
its
나레이션이네요.
purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his
元の
feet.
話かなこれが
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845.
2
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly
4
have
5
known. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Let's go.
Amazing.
ナレーターさん
He
全
stepped
部
into
忘れ
the
たか
newly
も
opened passageway.
どうしよう우리의 엘리베이터 추억을 잊은 거냐고 私たちのこのエレベーターの記憶全部失ったの楽しかったよね私たち楽しかったよねナレーターくん
Whoops. Nope. Never mind.
あー
Stanley
忘れ
actually got back
た
into the
どう
elevator
しよ
and went
う
back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
はーん忘れたの
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
그대로
It's that
말하네요.
keen eye for
同じ話しま
storytelling
す
that you
ね
have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
가보자고 下行ってみましょう今回
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and
아래
gentlemen,
내려가
how
봅시다
does he keep coming up with all of this?
忘れちゃったっぽい오케이
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
마인드 컨트롤 패실리티 이스케이프 이런 거 있나?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
끔찍한 죽음? I don't wanna die. 죽고 싶지 않아. 신이 다
Of course,
그날.
Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
どうしよう。セーブないの？
Nope, still on board with death.
やってみろ。かかってこい！덤벼. 뭐가 오는지 보자고.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had
덤벼.
every opportunity to turn around and get back.
가
on
고 거예요.
At this point,
Come
Stanley
on.
was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Let's go. 아야. 엥?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and
갈 데가
shallow
없네.
life. Farewell, Stanley.
바이바이. 슝. 도망다.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Who are you? 에? 에? 딸에? 뭐지? 스탠리 에? 뭐야 이게 더 스탠리 파라블.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
오, 열린다. 그러니까 미치가하루. 오, 여기 어딘가요? 하지메때 미타
When
바쇼다.
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
오. 뭔가 아리마스네. 스탠리の 컴퓨터. 終わり? 아니 그래. 약간 그거 같다. 트루먼 쇼. 아. 오, 오케이. 아. 오케이. 왔다. 크레딧? 잉? 게임 끝인가요? 뭐야 이게? 정비실. 워존? 뭔가 우라바나시とか ありますね. 뒷이야기 같은 것들이 있네요. 나루호도네. 아, 엔딩 분기 같은 게 있구나. 이런나 엔도의 道を紹介してますね. 오. 안 본 엔딩들도 있는데? 見てないやつもたくさんある.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
에? 레버가 있어. On and off. 와우.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
예?
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
어?
Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true
게임 멈추라고?
choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
액. 오. 전화 오는데?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
레코드된 메시지가 위험하다는 걸 경고하고 싶다던데? 근데 자기도 레코드된 메시지 아니야? 今なんか録音したメッセージは危ないですっていう話なんだけど、自分も録音したメッセージじゃん。なんだい？ナポリタン같네。お、ニューコンテンツ。
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
イエーイ。ニューコンテンツ。おお。뭔가 흥미로운 장소로 들어왔네요.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
오.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
이런 거 좋아해.
a reimagining of the game for
토요일
consoles
스키.
and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
울트라 딜럭스
Okay, so
컨텐츠.
far it's an elevator. Nothing
우리 같이
special
보자고.
here.
나레이터상
I'm sure it's
이천이
just the
미마쇼.
beginning of a mesmerizing
아이타 같다.
adventure.
만나고 싶었어.
Is it broken?
응?
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay,
All right,
okay.
finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Do it, do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Oh.
Give me the content, Stanley.
컨텐츠, 컨텐츠.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
뭐야 이게? 응? 점프가 있어. 다노씨, 점프라는 게 있다니. 이거 갓게임이 분명해. 가미게 기다. 점프 데키를. 다노씨. 후. 에? 에? My jump. Where's my jump? 어이. 모도세. 점프. Give me jump. 오 마이 갓. 아.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, for our goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait.
오, 최고다. 새로운 컨텐츠, 뉴 컨텐츠.
I knew there had to be something
Let's
else.
go.
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for
That's
enjoying
it?
the new
Oh, you've
content.
got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this?
많이
I'm
화났네.
infuriated and I'm
結
offended,
構
and
怒ったん
I
です
intend
ね
to find these people
ゲーム
on
協
Twitter
会
and
の
hold
お話を
them
してます
personally accountable.
今
It's my fault, Stanley.
ゲーム協会の悪いところを今闇を話している
Could never have lived up to such
ゲーム
expectations.
업계의
If you're still with me,
어둠을
why
이야기하고
don't we
있어요.
just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
お、リセッシュだ。お、なんか変わったんじゃない？え？ Something changed.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
오케이. 뭐가 있어? Something?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our
New game?
little secret. Take a look.
어.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my
Nice,
life whenever
nice
I
nature.
want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
오, The Memory Zone. The Stanley Parable
You see, Stanley,
2013.
doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back
수상
then,
경력 같은
video
거네.
games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
과거 회상이네. Good times. へー. 라떼는이네 진짜. 昔話してるおじさんが。ん？道あるんだ。行けない。へー。
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie
자기 자랑하고
writes,
있잖아.
and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
自慢してる自分のこと。
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing.
페르소나 3.
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk.
with an hour of new elevator content.
화났어. 까까리 시테루. 응? 도코. 메모리 존 메인터넨스. 호호.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice
아우,
in games,
진짜
and one
듣기
that
잘함.
offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
길이 엥? 못 가는데?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang
엥?
on. I don't recall this part of the memory
뭐야
zone
여기는?
before.
何これ?
What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a
Steam.
collection of reviews from
Reviews.
Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in
스팀
years.
리뷰.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
와우. 스팀 리뷰스?
Honestly, I could play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny?
funny.
Funny? I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a
왜
hand
그때-
to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely
Yeah, you're
web
not-
of
you're unfunny,
profound philosophical
guy.
insights that I can't even imagine
正
where I
直
have the room to
楽し
stick
なんかあんまりね笑えない君の話웃기진 않아 그쵸? 농담의 소질이 없어 말이 많긴 한데
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley,
Preachy.
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
반성하고 있네
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley
실망하고
Parable
있어
isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
삐졌어
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
스킵 버튼 호시
A
있대
skip button? Well, yes.
스킵
Yes, I think
버튼
we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
Oh.
Only positive reviews of the
Oh.
Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
뭐야,
I'd
이게?
do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
스킵 버튼 와
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to...
굿
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's
내고
not
지나이 나.
unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
도어가
I
나이.
feel quite certain that there was
문이
a
없네,
door
진짜.
before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to
아,
haste
누르기
away from the
말이
skip button
없다.
to go anywhere other than the skip button.
멋있다이나.
Here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave?
웬만하면
Please,
우리의
I'll take any option.
지난 시간을 생각해서
I'm
누르고
asking
싶지
you to work
않은데
with me here. We
私たち
need a
の
door. We need a
昔の
door of some kind.
ね
I can work with
時間を
any
考
kind
え
of door
て
as
ちょっと
long
押
as
し
it
た
can
くない
open
け
and
ど
lead from one room to
押したくなる
another.
な。
I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press
안
the skip
누른다고!
button. Wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
노래 얘기할까? 야, 오버도스 ね、いやまあ良かったんですね。実はね、あの曲ね、今年序盤かな、1月ぐらいに、いや、違う違う、2022年の11月ぐらいに録音して、時間、まあ、半年ぐらいかかったんですが、実はね、もともと別のイラスト使いたかったんですけど、そのね、イラストさんが逃げちゃって新しい人を探して、それがね、今年のね、序盤っていうことで、で、まあ、ね、で、ついに完成して、まあ、皆さんに紹介して、紹介することができて、もう誠に嬉しいです。嬉しいです。で、実は、歌方もね、歌い方歌のね、スキルとかも、まあ2年前、まあ2年ぶりの新曲なんですが、まあ2年前のね、私と比べて、非常になんか変わってっていうか、私自身もね、歌ちょっと上手くなったなって思ってて、まだまだ足りないんですが、今回は今までの中で一番気に入るっていうことっていうか、まあこれからのことは楽しみっていうか、そういうことでね。で、そんなわけで、まあ2年経ったんですが、次の曲までは、まあ、そんなに時間かかってないらしいと思います。で、次も似たような感じで、まあ自分に似合う曲とか、やりたい曲もどんどん歌いたいっていうことで、まあよろしくお願いしますね. 라고 이제 한국어, 일본어로 장황하게 말을 했지만 사실 큰 내용은 없었고요. 지난번에 이제 얘기했던 내용인데, 뭐 이제 생각보다 시간이 오래 걸리게 됐다라는 이야기를 한번 했고요. 자세한 이야기는 다시 한번 또 제가 다른 방송에서 자세하게 이야기 전하고 싶네요. 그때까지 많이 들어주시고 많이 조회수 높여주시면 기분이 좋을지도. 詳しい話はね、別枠を作って、また曲のことを話しするので、よろしくお願いします。で、いつ来るの？
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think
불쌍해.
that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel
나갈
like
길
what
없나?
we've already
매우
been
지나이 너.
doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe...
지금 내가 필요하다는 얘기를 하는 건가?
Then maybe...
이 와타시가 호시 때.
Maybe...
키미가 이치방 나이시 때.
affection.
에?
Was I scared of that all
에?
along?
아이?
Perhaps.
아이는 코크하크.
Perhaps I've been
사랑의
scared for
고백인가?
some time that if I stop speaking,
Is this
I'll
love?
slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it.
떼레
I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in a stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
내가 필요하구나. 와타시가 호시 너. 선한다.
Yet to speak to you now,
아, 잔도 이해해요.
I'm alive.
아카리
I am
스라이.
truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let
아무것도 없어.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place?
시간이 1년 넘게 지났대.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunity.
얼마나 누를까?
Nothing at all but regret
더 누를까?
for the longest time, Stanley.
押してみる?
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I
미치는
can only
쓰겠다.
describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant.
세카이가
In that
고아랬다
instant, I
때.
could see myself
와타시가
clearly,
오시다
calmly,
瞬間.
with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike
나가이나.
anything I had ever known. It was a
3,
space
2,
without
1,
consequence,
표이.
without
誰もいない. ここには誰もいない. ここには誰もいない. 아. 뽕뽕뽕뽕뽕. 나 끊었다. 에? 신졌다 너. 배터리 멈췄다. 도맞다네. 나뭇잎이 살아있는 거 봐서는 100년 단위 아닌 것 같고. 뭔 소리야? 에? 아니 그래. 에? 우르세. なんで落ちたこれは. 화재 경보기? 산소가 없나? No oxygen. Oh no. Bye bye.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their
돌아왔다.
teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough.
I'm
They
back.
had to leave a pathetic
어디상?
little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. Of course,
고아랬다.
absolutely
의상
anyone can
고아랬다.
leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything.
의상
and are
고아랬다.
accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires. Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
이거 뭔가
Have we been given to indulge in
방송인으로서도
everything
들을 만한
for no
내용이네요.
reason other than to do so? Yes.
여러분이 단체로
Yes.
갑자기
It seems that
인수아
this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people
ASMR
living in
해줘
such
이러면
bleakness and
난 그 말을
discomfort
들어줘야
with
되잖아.
ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to
これいい
face
ですね。
inward
なんか
toward the cruel bleakness
でも
inside
うる
ourselves.
さい。
We would
좋은 이야기지만 넘기겠습니다. 민나가 ASMR을 요구してる. 모두가 ASMR을 원하기 시작했어. 스탠리가 되어버려. 스탠리니 나쩌우. 왜? 있어왔노 그래.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the
의상.
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the
우르세.
end, is never
의상. 에? 미즈노토가. 침수하고 있어. 뿅뿅뿅 이音. 그래 ASMR です. 여러분 이거 ASMR이에요. 나이스 ASMR. 오! 부서졌다. 화냈다. 얼마나 시간이 지난 거지? 돈 닦게 시간 쓰겠다 너. 그래. 역시 물의 힘이란. 야빨 미즈노 치카라와네. すごいんだから. 오! いけないまだ Let there be light ぴょっおー얼마나 지나는 거야 시간이? 아포칼립스? 이거 어떻게 나가지? 이ですね 역시 네이처가 최고야. 평화롭다. 고사리다. 코레 미다요네 민나.やっぱり大事ですよ。え？夢？夢なの？꿈이었어? あれ？あれ？ 뭐야? 뭔 일이 일어난 거야? 何が起きた? 월드 세계의 종말? 아포칼립스? 쟤 아니야? 에? 어? 세계가 멸망했나봐. 월드 엔드. 오 마이 갓. 뭔 소리람? 何の音これ? 怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い.次. 어? 헉! 하늘이야. 에에 페이트 그랜드 오더? 와우. 白くなった. 私マスターになった? Where's my servant? 나 서번트 어디 갔어? 끝인가? 에? 에? 에?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
반가운데? 아이다 같다. 뉴 컨텐츠. 스토리대로 따라가 볼까 한번? 스토리通りに行ってみましょうか. 마지막에 되어서야 시키는 대로 해봅시다. 最後の最後になって物語をついていきましょう.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
여기였나?
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a
뭐였지?
living
2850?
soul anywhere. Could he really
뭐였지?
be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take.
뭐였지?
Too much for
난답게.
any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half
2845?
moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed.
너무
for a
빨리
few
했대.
moments with some calming
하얗스길
music.
했대. 하. うざいな. Where's skip? I need skip.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward
thank you.
into the opened passageway.
오케이. 그 엘리베이터. 나이스 엘리베이터. 오케이.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
헬로. 자, 여긴 뭐 하는 데일까? 난 시대로 똑바로 할게.
The lights rose on an enormous room
Oh.
packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
마인
Did
컨트롤
he have the strength to
패실리티.
find out?
끝이야? 와리? 어? 미치가 아리마스네. 길이 있네요.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
Oh
the
my
lives
God.
of so many individuals reduced to images
아래
on
하나니.
the screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
자유가 없대. No freedom. 오 마이 갓. 되게 많다. 히로이네.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Let's go.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It
Never.
was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
そうだよ。
Had he truly
私の
spent his
人生は
entire
私のもの。
life utterly blind to the world?
お
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began
버튼을
to
누르면
sink,
감정이
Stanley
바뀐다고?
decided that this machinery would never again
これライバー
exert
と
its
して欲しいか
terrible
も。
power
感情を
over
制御
another's
する
life.
やつ。
For he would dismantle the controls
みんなにね、
once
嬉しい
and
ボタン
for
連射
all.
バババババンしたい。여러분에게 감정 조절 버튼으로 행복만 연사하고 싶네.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power,
On and
he
off.
knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
どうする? 뭐 할까? 온? 오프?
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley.
I want
applaud your
control.
effort, I really do.
I want
But you
control
understand,
수학화.
There's only so much
I
that
want
machine
control
can
this
do.
world.
You were supposed to let
Yay.
it go. Turn the controls
Let's
off
control.
and leave. If you want to throw my
컨트롤
story
하자고.
off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the
지바크?
event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set
Nuclear.
to explode, eliminating the
폭발하는구나.
entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story.
도망쳐.
Shape it to your heart's
니게로.
desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
어디로 가야 되지?
What precious moments each one of them is.
どこに行けばいいんだ?
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
도망쳐.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was
뭐야, 이게?
merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn
2번.
to a crisp.
에?
I have to say this though, this
뭐 하는
version
거지?
of events has been rather
난
amusing.
실망이다.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich.
오.
I almost hate to see
5.
it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this
뭔가
so
방법이
much.
있나?
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why
4.
not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
어?
Oh dear me,
뭐 해야
what's the
되는
matter,
거지?
Stanley? Is it that you have
3번.
no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you
이쪽인가?
just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These number buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this drawer. Everything, anything, something here will...
조용히 해!
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
1번.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
의미가 없구나.
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
에휴.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
에이,
30
죽지 뭐.
seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
死にましょう。
Trying
死ぬのが
Or
い
will
い
you let it go
わ。
peacefully?
死ぬのがいい
Or
わ。
don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the
Na
journey.
na na
And
na
believe me,
na na
I
na
will be
na
laughing
na
at every
na
second
na
of
na.
your inevitable life
na
from the
な
moment
な
you
な
fade
な
in
なな
until the
な
moment
な
I
な
say
な
happily
な
ever
な
after.
死ぬのがいいわ。ナイス。
All of his co-workers were gone. What
겨우
could
이
it be?
정도인가? 난
Stanley
회개하면
decided to go to
그만인데.
the meeting room.
못 오래 봐
He
이씨.
simply missed a memo.
뉴뉴
Oh, good.
콘텐츠.
You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
렛츠고. 뉴뉴 콘텐츠. 가보자고. 과연 어떤 새로운 게 있을까? 얼마나 새로우면 뉴가 2개나 있을까? 더블 뉴 콘텐츠. 얼마나 멋진 게 기다리고 있을까? 탄수심이.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
일단 점프가
The
없어.
original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
오? 2가 있어?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel.
2가
An
하루노?
entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why there are so many possibilities?
2가
It could go
있어요?
in so
대박.
many different directions. This is what fans
쇼케이스,
have truly been
와우.
asking for.
에...
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term
멋진데
franchising potential.
가까이나.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is.
이름만 있고
But let's take a
나만이
look
닿게
at some of
하르노.
the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
너무 강할 때
the
나이라
game
씨.
will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all
Sure,
work
Floyd.
itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
새 기능? 오.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
오. 굿즈. 마치. 티셔츠 별로 안 이뻐. 별론데? I saw the new content. 사무실 장식. 안심 양동이.何これ? The button that say the name of the players that is playing the game. Huh? My name?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
잠깐만. 이거 괜찮은 건가? 大丈夫なのこれ? あれ? 大丈夫なの? そうだけどね. どうなるのこれ押したら. やってみていいのこれ. いや、スタンリーだけどね。スーハの名前呼んでくれるらしい。どういうこと？スタンリーなの？スハなの？やっちゃう？大丈夫なのこれ。Hey, someone, spoiler, please. 이거 괜찮은 거 맞아? 大丈夫？
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
우자이. 우와, 짜증나.
And as Jim,
와,
watching
스킵
your
버튼.
dreams fall into dust. Do you feel it deeply?
스킵
Are you
버튼은
really
신이다.
truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
사라졌어. 내가 짐이라는 증거가 사라졌어. 피해쳤다, 지무가.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
No screenshot, please.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and
Get
Happy
Well
12th
Someday.
Birthday. Which would you go with?
12번째 생일을 축하해랑 언젠가 낫길 바랜대? いつか治るようにと12番目の誕生日おめでとうってどういうこと？いつか治るように
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Free new easy achievement. 이건 뭐야? 히토? 아니 그래. Infinite hole. It won't end. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a
아닌가?
technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
업적 달성이 된다는데?
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise...
되는 게 없잖아! なんもなってきてないじゃん。うざい。殴りたい。
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
もういらね
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as
아,
well. Oh wait, you already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
출구가 있어. 하게 됐다이 데스. 뭐 이 장소 나가고 싶어. 더 이상 필요 없어. 이라네 마지대.
Oh goodness, Stanley, this is very awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to both the exhibits for the bucket and the collectibles. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves both of them. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the collectibles and the bucket, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
기다려봐. 탈출하고 싶은데 니게 따윈 낫게 전에. 가나?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right, infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite whole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
영혼이라면서 무限ですよね.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
아,
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Huh?
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
누가 담배 폈어.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
저요.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually.
이게 뭐야?
Don't you
아니
focus
그래.
on me.
각가리.
Maybe you're the problem.
아, 우스스키.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said
원이라며.
something we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
야다
Now,
나.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
뭐야 여긴? 어. 모델 마셔. 돌아가 봅시다. 뭐 하나 남았지? 마지막으로 뭐 양동이 모시기 받을랬는데? 버켓스 미타이 때. 밑에 혹시 이때 있다요ね.見に行きましょう. 버켓스. 어디 있는 거지? 여긴가? Collect them all. 오.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
그래 하네? 아. 와.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
나무 나이. 모아도 아무런 그게 없다는데? 보상이? The button that says Jim. 아! 레서렌스 버켓. 와, 정말 예쁜 피규어예요.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem of the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm
これ持ってれば
and peace will fill
心が
your
落ち
mind
着く
and
っ
your
て
heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even
なるほ
comfortable.
どね.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of
약간
jarring cognitive
테디베어 같은 건가?
dissonance while the bucket is in your
부드러운
arms.
인형.
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give give it a try.
오.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive.
이거
as a
던지기
person.
없나?
The benefits
그래,
of the bucket seem to go
스테레나이.
on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
와.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
허허. 정말요. 이 묘하게 사실적이네. 난데 콘난이 こんなによく作ったこのバケツ。 아니 묘하게 텍스처가 현실적이지 않나요? 그래何? 에필로그.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the well, we'll figure that out later.
에. 어. 아. 楽しい。めちゃくちゃ楽しい。I'm so happy. 누구 얼굴이야? 그래, 나래. この顔. Thank you.
スハを怒った。
그때ない? 야, 楽しいよ. 너무너무
So,
재밌다.
Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
좋아요. なんか出る.
Okay. Are you ready?
레디.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
오. 와우.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? Create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
원작에다가 뭔가를 추가한다는
With care
얘기네요.
for the vision and integrity of
原
the
作になんか
original game.
追加したい
Would it
そんな
possibly
話
work?
ですね.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip
대체
something
2란
up.
뭘까?
All right, perfect.
一体
Go ahead.
2ってなんだ? いらなくない? 始まった. 와우. ここでエンドしたらどう? みんな. 야, 楽しかった. 와. どうしようかな. お疲れ様? 엔드 버튼 누르고 싶은데? 어떡하지? 오, 설정돼. 에.
Thank you.
아, 여기서 쫄.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
어. 아!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
야,
No
나.
matter how hard Stanley looked,
저
he
텍스처
couldn't
뚫은
find
거
a
봐.
trace of his
기분 나빠.
co-workers.
기분치悪い.マジでやだ. 그래, 壊せるの? 아!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
아. 이게 뭐야? 2단계 2?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place
텍스트가
to be.
바뀌었어. 텍스트도
And here it
가왔다.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was
Oh,
speaking to him.
점프
It
갑.
should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
어림도 없지.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
No,
Stanley, how could you think
왜?
it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I need bucket.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket? and
나 이거
what
난
isn't a
이거
bucket?
난 원한다
I suppose
버킷.
that would explain a lot
난
about
원한다,
your behavior
양동이.
up to this point. Which, if that's true, well,
와타시와 호시.
I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't
그렇구나.
a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
오케이. 오.
Now
Is
then,
this a
I'm
bucket?
going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
아, TV 쇼. 오케이.
Right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
이건 양동이가 맞다.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual.
What? 홀로그램?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
가까이서 봐도 되나? 바켓 이거 먹는 거 아닐까? 사탕 아닐까? 모양만 양동이.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
오. 3D 프린트된 거래.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No. 에.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
에. 슬퍼. 다음.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
맞을지도? 엄밀히 보면 물을 담을 수 있지 않을까? 合ってるかも. 에?
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that
트랙터?
tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
이번에야말로.
Correct. This is a bucket.
예스.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
제법이군. 야르나.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless in your twisted
철학적이네.
mind have you somehow
哲学
convinced
的な
yourself that a
何
bucket
が
is
バケツ
nothing?
なのか。
Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket. 그 어떤 것도 양동이일 수 없다. 이 원효대사 해골물 아니야? 내가 생각하기에 따라 다르다? 이따이何なのかな? 何がバケツなのか? それは自分自身の中に.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
너가 넣은
I can't
바켓이다.
have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going
악으로
to
깡으로
remove all the
버텨라.
buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
에? 야다! 바켓츠!
What happened? Is everything gone? How did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything
was
is
everything a
buckets.
every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my god, I had no idea.
全てがバケツだった.
Except me. I'm
모든
not
게
a bucket
양동이다.
after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all
수아쿠아도
the buckets.
바켓츠じゃないの?
And we'll know
수아쿠아도
that it's
버켓
all a
그
bucket.
양동이가
But
아닐까?
if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
나루토네?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
안락하구만.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no
분기가
one was
진짜
here.
많다.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
오케이,
to the
最後の
boss's
エンドかな?
office.
ここどこ? 아, 베스룸. Money in the morning. 오, びっくりした!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
깜짝이야.
no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I
Skip,
implore you to
skip,
savor
skip,
each
skip,
and
skip,
every
skip,
moment
skip.
you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
자, 여긴 뭘까? 코코 실하나요 나? 안 가봤지 우리 여기. 나이스 보사노바. 딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴 저음향. 에? 아. 나로도네.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket...
양동이가 알고 있었다니.
Yes. This is
양동이는
certainly the
모든 걸
most
알고
logical
있다.
explanation.
바켓츠와 스베테を知ってる. 오. 마법의 양동이.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would
Unknown
be all
fate?
Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
그래. 양동이만 있다면 난 해낼 수 있어. このバケツさえあれ
Stanley and
ば
the bucket walked straight
全てが
ahead
で
through
き
the
る。
large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
엔딩에 보고 싶은 걸?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
びっくりした.
Everyone in the
저
office
고장난
was
것도
being
있는데?
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst
바켓츠
into tears as Stanley
びっくりしたら
held it
しい.
gently, reassuring it that everything would be
어.
fine.
バケツくん大丈夫よ. 私たちは一緒. 우리가 함께라면 이 모든 고난을 해결할 수 있어. 大丈夫大丈夫.
Was the
いける.
bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it
귀여워
didn't
보이기
wish to do?
시작했어.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do
バケツくん
or
ちょっ
not
と
to do in the first
可愛く
place?
見え始めた.
These questions
可愛くない? ちょっ
raced
となん
furiously
か
in Stanley's
見た目がね. この音聞いて. So cute.
No! He screamed.
I
into the
love my
bucket. He
buckets.
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
됐다.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and
세상에.
commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
そうだよ. ダメ. こんな世界はダメ.
Stanley and the
났다.
bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
끝났나? 해치웠나?
They had done it.
やりました
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to see every country on
いい
earth.
ですね
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then
映画
stop it halfway
見たいな
through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd live together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to
一緒だよ
support.
これからあれ
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
えと
An
え
unbearable silence filled the room,
え
lingering in uncertainty.
빨리 열어줘
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. The
다음에
facility itself recognized the incredible calming
안
presence
돼.
of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
양동이
No.
바켓스
Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his
バケツ
arms.
くんと一緒
Not
でき
while
ない
this
の
building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley
暗闇の中
very
二
soon
人
now
君だけいれば
find out.
君と一緒ならどこに行ってもどこでも大丈夫ということでここまでにしますか、バケツくんとハッピーエンドっていうこと
Someone
で
was following Stanley.
え
He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
えあ誰かついてくるってはホラーゲームバケツくん
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
えバケツ
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
あ Trust the completionist instinct. There will be a reward for finding them all. 이거 다 찾으래요. 全てを探してって Something both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. 이걸 다 찾아야 돼? 全てを探さなきゃいけないの? なるほどね。ないのかな?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
아, 우르세,
It's a
우르세,
bucket.
우르세.
It belongs in a broom. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs.
어디였었지? 어디에 있었지? どこだっけ? Fireplace. Stairs. 하나 있다.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, There really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
스탠류린. 끔찍한 이름이야. Horrible name. 제가 이거 찾고 Red and blue, between red and blue. 또 뭐 있었지? 어디 있었지? 큰 방. 박스가 많은 큰 방. 박스가 많은 큰 방. 화장실은 찾았고. 코니로 가나?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if
어디
not for the
있을까?
soothing presence of the bucket.
또 코니로 가나?
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos? It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this
큰
point,
방?
Stanley was so
Large
absorbed in
room?
the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he but Stanley
우리
guessed the
세.
correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
오!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
오케이. 마지막 두 개. large 와 큰 방이랑 big room. Where's big room? 상자 많은 방이 어디일까요?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
상자 많은 큰 방. 막 복스가多いでっかい部屋ってあったっけ? 너? 응? びっくりした。ノックの音だと思った。どっかな?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the
Let's
bucket
go.
would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
괜찮아.
This
바켓츠와
time, Stanley
함께라면
and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
빨강 파랑 사이는 알 것 같은데. Maybe I know the red between red and blue. 슝. 핑. 我找有呢。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort
아니야,
had
바켓츠와
turned out
함께라면.
to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to
바켓도
himself,
이쇼라나
and he sort
이쇼나라.
of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
바이바이. 아,
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
아까 그 여성분 나레이터다. 오케이, 여기 같아. 아님 말고.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent
아,
bucket.
투잖아.
It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to
바켓스.
behold.
네, 난다 있다. 이 양동이에 대해서 엄청나게 칭찬하고 있어. 당신은 지식의 절벽에 서 있습니다. 양동이와 마찬가지로 인간의 마음은 종종 속이 비어있고 동굴 같은 공허입니다. 그러나 앞에 있는 전시를 통해 마음은 충만해지고 풍부해지고 구체화됩니다. 양동이와 그 역사에 대한 지식은 우리가 실제로 가진 유일하고 진정한 지식입니다. 여기에서 배운 것을 세상에 가지고 나가시겠습니까? 이 전시회의 정보가 줄 수 있는 도전을 열린 마음으로 받아들이시겠습니까? 이 전시의 결과로 자신과 사랑하는 사람의 삶을 바꾸시겠습니까? 아니면 눈을 감고 하던 대로 무지와 암흑 속에서 살아갈 것입니까? 나이스. 아, 바켓스와 쓰고
Can
있대
you
유
see how
하나씩
arrogant it was for Stanley to
오.
take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley
지옥불
will ever
양동이.
be in his short life?
수십억 명이 죽었대. 와우. 바켓스와 스고이. 고구려의 수박도에도 그려져 있는 사실이죠.
No man can own a bucket, and
양동이는
certainly not a bucket as dazzling to
인류를
behold as
지배해
this one.
왔습니다.
It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
스고이네. 에? 시대이노. 오! 에?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
응?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset. the
싫어.
button. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
양동이가 지배하는 세상. 어떤 세상일까? 바켓스가 시하이스루 세카이 때 도나 세카이 나노까나? 오케이. 2개 남았죠? Let's find 2 more.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Eh?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Though in this never
Perhaps he had
end,
simply
then this
missed a
never end,
memo.
then this never end.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he
終わりが
couldn't find a trace of his
近づいた.
co-workers.
Figure finder committee meeting today in the meeting room.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
길 어디더라?
It didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
道どこだっけ? Between red and blue. Big large room.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was
빨강색과 파란색 사이랑 그 다음에 큰 방인데 내까이 해야또네.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
여기 갔나?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket
어디
was
있을까?
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
코코이 여기 왔었나? 큰 방이잖아. 코코가?
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd
Oh,
find this
깜짝이야.
place eventually.
그래 이해하잖아.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the
그렇구나.
ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes,
이
not
근처에
this
있댔는데.
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes.
음악이다. That music. 빰빠빰빠빰. 따라람땀따라람.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
어디가
Don't you remember
없는데?
all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Huh?
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
여기가
But
맞나?
if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
멈췄나요? 또 맞다 하이씨. 사다이마 돌아왔습니다. 아까 잠깐 멈췄어? 오케이. 일단 따라가고 있는데 빰빰빰빰빰 어디람? 도코 에
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
어?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
어떻게 양동이를
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say
No!
goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
미안하다. 멈춰.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality.
네 세상이 버켓 아니야?
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for
고장나기
after this.
시작했어.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
코아레테르,
We can't get back to the
돈.
classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they
야다요.
want. Hurry.
바켓스 시카 가창. 양동이가 이 세상보다 중요해. 바켓스와 この世界より
My
大事.
prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
내 목소리 진짜 좋다. このナレーターの声大好き. You are magnificent. 예. 자, 어디에 있을까요?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
원래 이랬나? 무색게도네.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
아, 어디로 가는 거였지?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
아까 일로 갔으니까 이번에 일로 갈까? どこに行った方がいいかな? 이쪽 왔었나? 오케이.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
여기 아래는 길이 없나? 홈스타가도 있나? 죽나? 어? 헉!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anarines. Very soon, you'll collect
이름이 점점 이상해지고
and then
있어.
the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no
Figularin.
Figler anarines. None of us can.
이제는 어떻게 가지 여기서? 떨어져 볼까?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
오케이. 후.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
환풍구 가보자고요? 길이 없는 것 같은데. 야, 벤턴이 미치였다. 자, 마지막 사이고 도쿠다. 빨강과 파랑 사이. 잠깐만. 빨강과 파랑 사이. Between somewhere both red and blue. Red and blue? 빨강과 파랑 사이. 내가 그 문 두 개 빨간 문이랑 파란 문 있을 때 거긴가? 근데 거기 어떻게 갔는지 기억이 안 나. なんかドア、赤いドアと青いドア行った時ね。どっか？え？そっちじゃないの？どこだっけ？どこだろう？
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
え？こっちやっけ？レッド&ブルー？
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
여긴 아닌 것
His boss would
같은데?
think he was crazy.
빨간색과 파란색 사이긴 한데.
Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I
오른쪽으로
crazy?
갔다가 하긴
He asked
한데.
the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance.
Okay, let's go back.
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
私のバケツじゃない?
This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very
No
normal.
buckets.
And now he felt
Oh my
himself
God.
falling off the ground. Oh, gracious.
Oh no.
He exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed
Oh.
forward from room to room, passing by one bucket
이거
after
아니야?
the next. None of them were his. None of them were his
Where's my
special
buckets?
bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only
야,
way to truly restore
내
his
바켓
sanity.
어딨어?
And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named
마리엘라 어게인.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
양동이 들고
But
있네.
on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man
바켓
who
못대를.
had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
No
Of
buckets.
course he'd gone mad.
바켓
Then
ない
came
と
a
死
raving
ぬん
about
だ
a
よ
writer
な.
describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his
なるほど.
bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all
My
the way to
life
work.
kicks ass. Ooh, with buckets. 마음에 드는데?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
이거를
Possible.
안 드는 게
They
맞나?
never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
No buckets?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
오케이.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
바켓스 나이. 아니 이게 마지막 어디 있지? Where is the last figure? 어디 있을까? 안 가본 데 가볼까?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
저기 있는 건 찾았고. 가볼까?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
걘 가봤지.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
가보자.
I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
헐이 누구야?
She's been waiting.
She? Who? 그녀가 누구야? 카노조 때 딸애. 에? 에?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
바켓츠장? 바켓츠?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread.
아내다.
All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
에? 결혼을 안 했단 말이야?結婚してない?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
에? 오세바이노?
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
Skip.
It was wonderful.
스킵
And each
버튼.
day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen.
스킵 버튼 말이 없네.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly
상상이었단
vanished
말이야?
off the face of the
소조였다.
earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
전부 소조였다.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room,
with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over,
재밌어
wishing beyond
쏟았다.
hope that it would
전부
never end,
상상이었어?
that he might always
진짜로?
feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing
가르쳤다.
is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be
그래도 창문이
anything but an
생겼어.
observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
누르지 말라고? 오케이. 나 잘 참아. 나레이터さんがナレーターさんがねダメって言ったから
You see? Can he just not hear me?
おい
How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
리셋? 아하, 오케이.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the
아니
bucket turned
하나
out to be
마지막 하나만
Was
찾으면
this better
되는데
than the meeting room? Yes,
그래서
Stanley
피규어야.
thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it
피규어가
truly
누구나
was.
너
How insightful the bucket. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
누구 가나
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
저
He was firmly
벤트인가?
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
그거 가나 저긴가?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see? There's a sign
원하실까?
right there. It says no buckets past this point.
아, 스킨 마렵다.
I think it was okay to bring the bucket
오.
here, unless.
오.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I
Oh.
sure that the orders
Nice
stopped
skip.
coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting
Okay.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Oh,
first,
멀어.
just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
이게 아니지? 오케이. 오케이. 일단 지금 어딜 가볼 거냐면 마지막에 가서 오프를 눌러볼게요. 最後に行ってオフを押してみます。バケツなしでね。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
オッケー。行って
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a
Oh,
new passageway.
thank you.
All surprise.
Thank you for skip. 감사 감사. Blah blah blah. Skip skip skip. Thank you thank you thank you.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
오케이. 드디어 스킵 버튼이 활성화됐구나.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
하크 하크.
What
Fast
horrible
fast.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
오케이. 아시레 소리요. 같이 놀려오니.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
気になる
Stanley's
終わりが
co-workers. The lives of so many
마지막에
individuals
기대돼.
reduced to
아 이거
immaterial
생각보다 오래 걸린다 한
Stanley,
플레이가.
eternally monitored
무척 나가이네
space,
このゲーム.
freedom meant nothing.
何時間やってる今?
This mind
いい
control
ね.
facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be
생각보다
true. Had
다회차를
Stanley been
요구한다
under someone's
게임이.
control all this time?
思ったよ
Was this
り
the only
なんか
reason he was
何回
happy with
も
his boring job?
楽しめる
That his emotions had been
気になる
manipulated
ずっ
to
と
accept
次が
it blindly?
Let's go, let's go.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
もう
unthinkable.
ちょいで4時間
Wasn't it?
そうだね
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind?
な 가볍게 끝낼 수 있는 게임일 줄 알았는데 전혀 가볍지 않아 全然軽くない
The heart of the operation.
いいね
Controls labeled with emotions.
Between red and
or sad or
blue?
content. Walking.
もしかしてここ
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
블루
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that
차연아.
this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
과연? 어떻게 가지? 버그 아니겠지? 또 났다. What happened?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
해치웠나?
Yes. He had won. He
Oh.
had defeated the machine. unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered.
そうだよ、大事じゃない。
For it was not
早く
knowledge or even power that he
あの
had
世
been
界に
seeking,
飛び出したい。
but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand.
자유를 원해 난.
No longer would anyone tell
가자.
him where to go,
자유로.
what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation,
Nice.
the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
이게 삶이지.
And Stanley was happy.
Was happy? 에. 흐물. 어? 여기 어디더라?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
베트노미치다.
Stanley decided to go to
기다.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
기다.
a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
から右かな.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
うーん.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
아까 화물 타는 곳에서
And here it was. Had
쭉
the
타고
bucket turned out to
가봤는데.
be correct? Was this no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
양동이 금지 구역이 있다고? 아.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
No
missed a
no
memo.
바켓츠? 잉.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
힝이라니
first
어른스럽게
open door on his
말하렴.
left.
힝. 힝.
Stanley
네,
was so bad
네,
at following
네,
directions,
양동이.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
마이 바켓츠.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
어쩌나시
but the fact is that the
어른스러웠나?
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
에, 그래, 사키노야 주장.
Stop trying to make every decision. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
ちょっと待って、
others?
ここじゃないや
Are you
な。
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
지하로 내려가는 거 아니었어?
Already this was uncomfortable.
양동이
And Stanley
금지고요.
decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
맞는 길이었다고?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
에?
But eager to get back to business,
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
え、ここじゃない？ちょっと待って。どこだっけ？여기 맞다고?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
헷갈려.
ago.
まっすぐっていうの？
Look, Stanley, I think
右じゃな
we've
い？
gotten off on the wrong foot here.
아, 중간에 때려내리는
I'm not
거라고?
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult. But the
ここ合っ
fact
てるよ
is
な。
that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something
아,
bad to
그거다,
happen
그거다,
to you?
그거다.
Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
아,
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing
예이.
it. Where so many
예이.
people are rewarded for those
끝났다.
trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
We all
And now
done.
we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
와리.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
네? なんもないの?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And
멈추라고?
I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
오. 멈췄는데?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
오?
Yes.
오.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
뭐야?
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel... No, wait. Where are you going?
왜 어디야?
Oh no.
오.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
좋아요. Let's go.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You have no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you
숨
doing this?
참고 럽달.
Stanley, let's go back to
뭐
the
하는
other
나인다
room.
걔도.
Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
불쌍한 척하고
You throw
있어.
yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
불쌍해. 하나씩. 너무 야다.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
원나이다 걔도.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was
どうせ
too
全部
much to
忘れちゃうんで
ask.
しょ
It looks like you wanted to
君
make a choice.
アナウンサーさん
Well, this
どうせ
one
全部
is
忘れたんでしょ君が悪い私との大事な記憶を全部失っちゃって 너가 먼저 다 잊어버렸잖아. 난 나쁘지 않아. 수아는 나쁘지 않아. 너가 나빠.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
우리 엘리베이터에서 좋았잖아. 그래서 끝임? 응?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the
아니,
brim with
뭔가
inner
웃기다.
richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
메모리 존 어게인. 와우. 오케이. 어디로? 지하에 길이 있는데? 콘나 도코로 왔다께.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible.
Can
Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen.
Can you
but how
find
could
them?
we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
길이 여기 있는데? 이런 데가 있었나? 콘나 도코로 왔다께.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
세 번째. Third? 세 번째 어디서 찾았지? 여기였나? 3반매? 여긴가?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time.
이거 먹어도 되는 건가? 그래, 토테이노. 응?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room.
에?
Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have.
이게 맞아? 왜 안 때리노? 처음 났게도 도쿠다 코코아. 여기 뭐야?
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
오. By the narrator. 길이 느끼다. It's mini stand 5. 진짜 구리다. 내가 만들어도 이거보단 나을 것 같은데. You're found near the cargo lift. Thanks for the watching. Whoa. Best boy, the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8분 만에 만들었어? 어디로 가야 돼? 下に行っていいの? 어.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most
애매하게 11개
clear in my mind,
돼버렸네.
perhaps because
아이마이니
it was the one
11권이
that had more
났잖다.
than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
같은 길이네. 同じじゃん.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
구살이 있었네요.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The past. No future? 퓨처가 없는데? 어디로 가야 한다?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
아니, 몇 번 반복하라는 거야? 뭐 끝내고 싶지 않구나. 終わらせたくないよね, 김이.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
뭔가 끝내고 싶지 않나 봐. 終わらせたくないみたい.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
이쪽도 길이 있나? 없네. 뭐 소리가 들렸는데? 뭔가 聞こえたんだけど.
This
아닌가?
was our second figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep
카코.
This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
다요나. ずっと카코を繰り返してる. 과거를 반복하고 있네요.
I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the... Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
결국은 방으로 돌아오는구나.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction.
スタンリーは
But
本当の
suppose it's grown
人じゃ
old.
ないらしい
I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay,
一緒で楽しかったらしい
this is the story of a man named Stanley.
마지막이야? 라스트?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is never, the end is never ending, it's never.
The embrace of an old friend.
마지막
A
맞아?
withered companionship that stands the test of time.
라스트 핫테르?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
마지막이 아닌 것 같은데?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
끝난 것 같은데? 그쵸? 왔다 보이게도 라스트とかあるの?
Took the door on his left to go back
마지막이 있나요?
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office.
그러면 제가 가장 좋아하는 장면으로 가겠습니다. 私は一番好きな場所で終わります
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that?
楽しかった
The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom.
うるさいなはい楽しかったです 너는 한낱 게임일 뿐이야 君はたかが一のゲームだけだゲームに過ぎない You are just one game 내가 뮤트하면 네가 뭘 할 수 있는데 네가 자막 출력하는 거 말고 뭘 할 수 있는데 흥이다 아무튼 재밌었습니다 다시 갔다 예 BGM을 나가실 때 미울까나
Thank you.
원하지 않는데 수아는 짐이 되고 우리는 양동이가 되었다. 세계에 복수하고 싶은 기분이다.
びっくりしたうるせえごめん Yeah, I'm Dream バケツのみんなお疲れ聞いてくれてありがとう見てくれてありがとう네, 양동이 여러분 시청해주셔서 감사합니다 재밌었어요 되게 철학적인 이야기도 한 스푼 넣고 뭔가 루프적인 재미도 있고 괜찮은 게임이었네요 뭔가 집중하다 보니까 말수가 적어지게 되는 단점이 있긴 한데 프레 항상 thank you so much It's really fun I hope you guys enjoyed this game 楽しかった。ちょっと英語の実力上がったかもしれない。I thought I heard lots of narration, so maybe my English skill is improved right now. 일시적이긴 하지만 영어 실력이 좀 는 것 같습니다. 아무튼 재미있었고요. 네, 여러분도 양동이 꼭 껴안고 주무시도록 하세요. 내일 또 봅시다. 오찬이 너무 감사합니다. 오늘 정말 스포챗 많이 감사합니다. 탁상의 스파츠 아리가또 고자이마스. また後ほどオーバードーズの話多分明日するのでね、よろしくお願いします。뭐야, 스티커 붙었어. 스티커 뭔가できたんだけど Produce Property of Stanley. 오, 스티커 붙었는데? ちょっと待って 잠깐만. 수화 위치를 좀 바꿔볼게. 스티커가 붙었어. 가만히 있으니까. 무슨 말 하나 볼까? 何言ってるのか聞いてみようかな。
This is the ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you.
양동이 꾸미기. 호호. 아무튼 재미가 있었습니다. 내일 또 봅시다. 재밌었어요? 좋은 밤 되시고요. 마다 아시다네. See you. Bye bye. 아리가또. 오버도즈 많이 사랑해주세요. 오버도즈 탁상 키이테네. では 바이바이. 아직 안 갔네. 다들 수아의 노래가 듣고 싶은 거지? 오바 토즈 킴미 토즈 후타리즈 야루세 나이즈 카이조노 토노라우 와루이 윤메즈 사요나라즈